There's going to be no bugs. No bugs whatsoever. And we try to get this in a good spot. We're not going to have any bugs. And everything is going to go smoothly today. We're doing a very big refactor today. I'm breathing on it, and it's coming through very, you know. So my polybar is not resized to the proper amount because I changed the resolution of the screen, so I think that we're just gonna have to deal with it. Oh well. Alright. So we have this giant refactor that we're gonna be starting today. I don't think we're gonna get very far with it, to be honest, but I made a to-do list for all of it. So let's read through it and systematically plan this out. Alright, so I wrote myself an abstract here. To make it so that we can batch draw calls by both shader and texture array and VAO layout all at once, automatically across the entire engine. This will make it so that we can have specific shaders for specific geometry, UI elements, entities, or text, without having to hardcode everything by switching shader behavior with attribute values. After this, certain objects can just be assigned to certain shaders, so we can have some really interesting behavior with contrasting objects in the game world. This will also apply to particles/compute when we get around to it. Don't worry, Jonas. It's going to be very painful anyway. This is going to be a very, very painful stream. Abstract globals into a global struct instead of external specific fields. So this is already a pretty big thing that we have to do. We essentially have to make a... Currently, everything is... If I can show it off. Currently, everything is just externed, right? All of our FBOs and stuff. We have to make a giant global struct with a bunch of these globals. The reason why is because we need to bind them when we, since we're, alright, see you, Jonas. We need those globals when we bind uniforms, because now we're automating that to be user-facing and scriptable. So basically, we need those globals because this needs to be like UI FBO dot ortho, you know. So for now that's just null, but you get the idea. So that's a big one. Abstract VAO VBOs into VAO bindings. These will be indexed by the enum for text type during draw calls to bind the correct VAO VBO based on the draw groups layout. We'll get into what draw groups are in a little bit, but this is basically so that we bind the correct VAO VBO for the VAO stride and layout that we currently have per draw pass. Create per FBO matrices and vectors that are updated only on FBO resize or creation. Ortho, for example, that's what I was just talking about. We need to, this is going to be on top of this struct. We're going to put inside of here. For example, we'll put in what are we gonna probably call it? Maybe frame buffer properties, something like that, right? It's gonna be all the camera matrices and stuff that we use based on the frame buffer size during our draw passes. We're going to abstract shaders into their own init functions that cache locations and the uniforms they correspond to with the type to cast when we bind. And then I wrote this just so that I stop worrying about it. We have these functions that we're going to make later that are going to be user facing, so that a user can create program, with a frag shader and a vert shader, and then they can initialize a uniform, like this, right? And that should take care of that. Later down the line, though, I'm not going to worry about this because we don't have a scripting front end yet attached. Anyway, so we're going to create the function that loops through a uniform array and then binds them for the current draw call based on that data. That is just literally it's going to be this. This goes through all of the types and it binds based on our cache location and the value, and it just passes it. So we already kind of have that done, but we need to basically make sure it works and hook that up to the uniform array. This is kind of complicated to explain, but each draw, let me remind myself here, each shader program is going to have these uniforms on top of them. And so we're going to just loop through these, right? And then bind them on draw call. The reason why we're binding them on draw call is because you could also have it per draw group, right? So this should actually be also over here. Yeah. So when you assign a draw group, it's going to copy the pointer to the uniforms so that you can have per material uniforms, essentially. So that's that. Then we have to do the big part of the refactor, which is that everything that we draw, every single object, is going to be abstracted to material ID. Material ID is going to point towards the draw keys. The draw keys are a unique combination of 4 different things. The unique combination being it has a texture array, it has a shader, it has a blend mode, and it has a draw mode, right? GL triangles, whatever. So you have those 4 things that are all unique for a given key, right? So if we don't have one made for these specifications during runtime, then we just make a new key. But if we do find a key, right, then we use that key and we search linearly through our draw groups to find if we have a matching draw group for our VAO layout already set up. To remind you what that is these things. So if we already have a VAO layout, I also have to add here, this needs to have a cache type. So if we match on this type with what we are currently adding, then we are just going to append to, this unioned buffer, right? Yeah, so that's basically what's happening, is that you search through all of your draw keys to find if you have this combination already, and if you don't, then you try to search for that key, and if you have a new VAO type, then you create a new draw group, and if you don't, then you append onto the pre-existing buffer, right? And this means that on every single object that we draw, we need to cache not only a draw index for updating, but we need to cache now a draw group index. Obviously not very fun. It's very complicated. Yeah, I wrote still cache draw index and material ID on each structure for editing during runtime. So that's how we're splitting things up. If you didn't know, how we split things up in the beginning was we had per each, is it in this file? Texture array group, yes it is. So this had resizable vertex for all of this is geometry basically. So it had 2 draw buffers for each single texture array. Now we're going to have separate buffers for not only each texture array, but each texture array shader pairing. And then splitting off based on the draw type and the blend mode, right? So obviously the complexity of this is now pretty severe. So during render scene, then we render all draw groups in the master array, probably using a function called render draw group. So we'll use its key to directly call opengl with everything it needs. And that key with everything it needs is obviously what we just talked about. It's going to basically just call, it's going to, bind its text array. It's going to bind its shader. It will bind or call the blend mode and the draw mode, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it. And it will, of course, use the pre-existing VAO binding, right? So that's all fun and good. So that's what we're going to be working on. So first of all, what we have to do before we do any of this is move all of these externs into a struct, it's not going to be fun to do this, but it's something that we have to do. So actually, do we want probably are players supposed to have global state? I feel like yeah, why not? So we're just going to move pretty much everything into here. I don't see a point in not doing it. And then we can just delete the externs later. Some of this is specific stuff, but I do think bloom amount should be in post-process settings. So we can change that. Oh, right, it's gonna do this. Then, well, in that case, we should just put it in, just to avoid the headache, let's just put it here with all of the rest of our types. The question is, do you want frame buffers to be in there, or I feel like no. I feel like you just put this Um, yeah, let's just leave this alone. This isn't super necessary because it's already externed, and that's just fine. This shader count. I think we just don't touch this for now because this isn't really a part of the refactor. We may change it later. It isn't that big of a deal. The resolution data and the frame buffers, they all kind of go together. Geometry type names we don't care about. I think that this is fine. We actually didn't have that many things in general, to be honest. But yeah, now we are going to be referring to that. I should be seeing a lot of errors, but I think it's because... Well, that's annoying. Where are all these? That's a good question. We have to track them down and then get rid of them. There has to be an easier way to do this, though. I'm gonna get rid of this, because I know that that's there. What am I doing? Stop doing that. Stop being dumb. Okay, here we see some of the things. So this is going to be right. Okay, so let's just how are we gonna do this? Let's just do this, and then just cycle through them. I wish you could not have that happen when you copy and paste. I mean, surely there's a better way to do this, right? What? Well, this isn't going to be very fun, is it? Maybe there's a macro way to do this. I don't really know what the macro way to do it is, though. for all of these, it's just so painful. It's seriously very painful. Okay, oh, there's 20 more? Jeez. I definitely should have done this before, I was just lazy. Okay, we finally are almost there now. It's very hot outside today. Believe it or not. Oh no, I got this, should I mention this? I don't know. I got this text, yesterday, just from a random number. It's very ominous. Very ominous. It said, can we talk? With the thinking emoji. Very strange. Hey Harvey, I'm from the United States. I've kind of lived all over the United States, coastal wise. Okay, so we aren't really going to see the full scope of this until I get rid of all of these, wherever they are. Here, here, here. These also need to go in there. Oh, hey, I kind of want to get, what did you say? I can't even see what you said. I have to tell Nightbot to chill out. What was that about? Well, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. This UI change also needs to be a... Is it? Did I put it in there? Let me check. No, I didn't. No, this is actually Helix. It's similar to Vim, though, I guess. What was I doing? Right, we were finding which one of these. I think that these two need to go in the global state, right? Yeah, I think that that's fine. Okay, so let's get rid of that too. We aren't touching that, right? Aren't touching that yet. We already got rid of that. Running commands for compiling and then running the compiled executable. Well, I'll show you the way that I do it. I have i3 as my tiling window manager, and then so I'm here, right? And then I press mod 3, and then I just type in bash build.sh, and then it I just have my compile flags all in one. It's gonna give us a lot of errors because we're in the middle of refactoring, but you can also use a makefile. It works fine. And After that, I just go, you know, exe or whatever, and then, I mean, that's just the way I do it. But you can use a make file if you want, yeah. But yeah, I like having a shell script because I sometimes you can have this and then it just goes straight into GDB after, right? Or you can have it, you know, I have 2 different GPUs in my laptop, so I sometimes do that, right? So yeah, everybody gets mad at me for not. Yeah, don't take my advice on anything. I do things in a very peculiar way because I'm a peculiar person. This is the first thing on the big bad shader material refactor list, by the way, so we are abstracting globals into a global struct, so that's not the most exciting thing ever, but this is actually isn't this that? Yeah, it is. Okay, well, we're gonna have to search for that after. This is Linux. Go. Don't do that to me. This is the Helix text editor. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm on Mint. No, I'm not on Arch. Because I run this thing on a shitty Windows laptop that doesn't play well with most drivers. So that means that I had to edit the header files myself, and doing that on Arch would be impossible. So where else do we need to change stuff in here, don't we? No? Wow. Are you kidding me? Really? Here we go. You're making a Skylanders-like game? What's Skylanders? That's cool. For everybody just joining, here's what I'm working on. This is my to-do list. We are doing a huge refactor right now to split up. Previously, I had all the draw calls split up by texture array, but right now we are splitting everything into shaders. No, I don't know Skylanders. Am I uncultured? Enlighten me. NFC reader plate. Oh, so it was like a... Oh, so it was like kind of like Beyblades, sort of, maybe? I don't know. I'm just trying to... That was kind of the equivalent when I was kind of a kid. I guess. I don't know. Putting things on other things. Beyblades were so cool, man. Okay. I'm not really gonna know until we... Game is pretty cool. Does it use OpenGL? Yeah. Yeah, it's all OpenGL and C. How old am I? I'm 24. And camera.c. Okay. Doesn't seem that painful. Okay. Did I go to college for this? No. I went to college for everything but programming because somebody when I was a teenager said that I sucked at programming, so I stopped. But now it's all I do. I went to programming for music composition, then briefly for business, and then I quit that, and then for literature. But really, I should have just programmed, to be honest. It's what I was always good at. This is kind of already... We're kind of already done with this. I feel like we either put this... We can put this off. Let me put this off. Yeah, let's do the per FBO stuff. Let's do the per FBO stuff. So that's going to be in here. So let's make a... I don't like abstracting stuff into different structs, but I feel like for this it makes sense. What are we going to call this? Frame... I guess we can go properties. Even though matrix isn't really a property. I feel like for now all we need is ortho. We can even go into here and then just read through everything and make sure that actually time should also be a global, so let's do that. Wish that there was a way to actually, you know what, let's just put this in the split. Time is just SDL ticks. Yo, what's up, Aria? How are you doing? I wrote a to-do list today. I'm hoping that it goes better than yesterday. Okay, so now we need to make this... The easiest way for us to do this is to just do this and then change all of these. The polybar isn't resized properly, but if anybody's wondering, I'm listening to the Chameleons. Thanks, Harvey. Oh, good luck to Basics for going to college for CS, that too. Where do I live? I live in the southern United States nowadays, but I've lived everywhere across the U.S. pretty much. So, what are we working on now? I think it's just ortho. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to go and find the implementation for the frame buffer. I think that this is we can just go into here. Yeah, let's just make a thing on top of here that's going to be called you live in Ukraine and you want to go to college, university abroad? Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. I used to do like Arduino projects. I went to like engineering high school. Are you working on anything right now? Let's just take in the pointer. For now, all we need to do is I've got way too many buffers open, to be honest. People manage to like find that's funny. FBO is pretty funny, but it's properties. It's properties. I just saw it and then I walked right past it. To be honest, I haven't touched this side of the engine in a very long time because we've been working on UI stuff, so I need a refresher. I think that just does it. Yeah, it's good to know multiple languages, and it's really easy to learn a programming language which you already know one, you know? And Rust is a cool language. I think it's cool. Yeah, I think that is pretty much just all we need to do. We just want to do this on initialization. Wait, I returned the frame buffer here though. It doesn't matter. It can just copy the struct. Like, who cares, right? Is this NeoVim? No, it's this is Helix. Similar. I find it interesting, you know. I gotta ask about, like, oh, is this NeoVim or is this Helix and all this? I don't know. I thought that it was just pretty normal that people use NeoVim. Yeah, I wanted to. Do you know what he said? I feel bad. Nightbot is popping off, bro. You're. I have a mod. You're just here to do the commands. Like, what is up with this guy? I would change it, but I have to open up Firefox. And I don't even know how to change this. But this is the second time he's, like, timed someone out. It's ridiculous. You know, I go to chat moderation, excess caps, excess units, get rid of all of this, get rid of all of this. Okay, there we go. Hopefully I don't need to press save or anything like that, and it just works. Okay. We'll use VS Code and JetBrains. I feel like NeoVim is so big, though, nowadays. Back in the day, most people think Vim is this crazy. It really isn't. I don't know. It's just like perception. I feel like it's really not that big of a deal. We were in here. So this shader is our proof of concept here. Most people know about it, but not many people actually use it. That's a shame. I feel like there's so much elitism. I feel like if everybody just used it, maybe it wouldn't be so elitist. I don't know. So right now I'm someone that I can do this, right? What? Oh, man, that's a bummer. Okay. We're just gonna move it over then. We're just gonna move it over because I'm not doing that today. Oh, I forgot to take the struct off. I know why it's getting mad at me, it's just being annoying though. What? Do I have to... Oh. Was it that was... Why? I just removed it from here. Did I not save? Oh. That's why. Nowadays, if you tell people you use Linux or Vim, they think you're super pretentious. Oh. Okay, I mean, can't I just... Isn't it this? Okay. I think that it's fine. I think that it's not mad at me. Oh. This isn't in this file. Okay, here's what we're just gonna do. I'm just gonna cave and move it over there then. It's fine. All of our types are all in one place anyway. That's super annoying though that it's making me do that. Oh, we're gonna have to move everything over into here now. We can keep the statics though. But yeah, I need the types in here because it's not letting me infer the types for this. Hey, what's up, Axerin? How are you doing? Oh, hey, what's up, Lon? I'm doing good. They don't understand that after spending 5 hours learning it, you save 3 milliseconds between actions? Yeah. It also, like, isn't that big of a deal. Like, I feel like using VS Code is fine. Also. Just to me, it just lags. So this is our proof of concept that we're still working on. So I have to go oh, I hate it when it does that. Oh. Wait, why is... Oh, yeah, that's a pointer. It is within my config. It is buffer line always, I think it's that. I think it's that. Not entirely sure, but yeah, I think it's that. I started using the buffers more because I kept getting lost. I kept on getting lost with the jump list lately. Is that just thunder? It's like so bright outside today. Oh, there's a red cardinal up in the tree. I think it's time to change the music now. What am I listening to? I don't know. I'm in kind of a weird mood. I don't really have anything to listen to that I want to listen to. I have no clue. You know, I feel like when I get into moods like this, I just throw on the John Martin best of and just let that rock. Okay. Cool. No problemo. Text array. Right, we weren't using it. But this wouldn't even be on the initialize uniforms. That would be on the material uniforms. So is that just it? I think that's just it. Yeah, I think that's just it. Because debug, we can figure that out later. But okay. Now we have to, first of all, this uniform amount is going to be 2, since we have 2 uniforms. Now we need to make a yeah, let's just do it like that. Sorry, I have to check this really quick. Okay, maybe we pass in a name as well to identify it. Yeah. It's kind of hard to see my I can't just set name equals name, but we will do that in a sec. Hold on. What else is in here? We won't worry about that right now. Yeah, we won't worry about that yet. We will do it like this because the reason why is because we need to sure copy this. Oh hey, what's up, Art? How are you doing? Is there a way to disable Helix having 2 separate config files depending? Ooh, yeah, I don't actually know. I don't actually know, Arya. I have the same exact problem. Um, I was always wondering about that. Yeah, it's an awful refactor actually that we're working with today. Also, that bug, we figured it out yesterday. It was we had an array of pointers pointing to other arrays that we were shifting left when we removed from, and so the pointers were going to the memory that was past the count that we had already decremented. So the solution was to iterate in the opposite direction, and that was really tricky to track down, to be honest, because all of the logs were pointing me to something completely different. But that's what it was. I think that this will work fine if we just uniforms equal uniforms. It should just copy the pointer, so it's fine. Yeah, so this is the to-do list of this entire refactor, by the way. It's not fun. It's a very, very big refactor. It's probably not just going to be today. It's probably going to be a very, very long process, because I have to... Basically what we're doing is we're switching from batching everything by texture array to now batching it by shader, texture array, and VAO layout. So it's making everything way more modular so that we could have a per object shaders, right? So let's say you have a wall triangle right next to a different wall triangle. You can now specify that those different triangles are going to use different shaders. But yeah, it's pretty painful. Okay, so we made our first. So this is eventually going to be a scriptable thing for anyone who uses the, yeah, like materials. Yeah, that's basically what it is. But yeah, it's frustrating because I've kind of the ambition to make this very, very efficient, so that means that no rebuilding draw arrays every frame. Everything has to have indices to the correct material groups, right? So that we can update their position and their attributes in real time. So yeah, it's kind of painful because of all of that. Like right now, this is how we do all the if I can even find it. I don't even really remember where this is. Yeah, maybe it's here. Maybe it's on top of here. Init text arrays, yeah. So this, no, this isn't it either. It got kind of modularized, but here it is. Here's the distribute entity text to array, for example. It just looks for a matching array with matching properties, like the min and mag filter and wrap and width and height, right? Finds the matching stuff, and if it's not new, then we add it to that texture array, and if not, then we create a new texture array. But those, as you can see here with the vertices, these had draw buffers on them. So now this is not going to be the thing, because these are also going to be put into different shaders and material groups, right? So these buffers are going to have to be abstracted elsewhere. But yeah, so It's a big. Wouldn't IDs work better, or are they all raw? Yeah, we are going based on material ID now. So it was just, if I can show you the structure, it was just a texture ID, tied it to a certain texture array, and that's where we would look for the buffer that this lays in, right? So the best way to is with the actual geometry. For example, the collision triangle has a texture ID, which is the texture array that this sits in. So if we want to find where that is in a draw buffer, then we follow that texture ID and the draw index, right? But instead of this now, this is going to be and then this is what's going to point to the unique material. But all materials are, I have it defined down here, all materials are is that it's this. So it's a unique text array index and a unique shader index, unique blend mode and draw mode, right? So it's going to point to this, basically. But there's a lot of work that I have to do before we get there, which right now what I want to do and what I've been trying to do is do this, right? So basically just make our shaders not kind of just hard-coded draw passes anymore, and have the uniforms all modularized so that eventually this is going to be a scriptable thing. It almost is already. I just don't have a oh right, it already kind of is a scriptable thing, because you know, if you had like a scripting front end, you could just call like create shader program, and then just we could make a wrapper function that just sets a uniform and then resizes this array. So this is pretty much already user facing now. The annoying thing is just the fact that we have to do it all by hand, which is kind of painful for right now. But yeah, because you know, we were just kind of hard coding it before, so let's just do text next, because text is really easy. Yeah, it's not really fun, but it's like it's kind of what happens with bigger projects. It's you just kind of outgrow things naturally. If I didn't like do things this way, then I probably would have gotten overwhelmed, you know? So that's just kind of the hard fact, right? We're also going to use this here. We can hard code that for now. Yeah, exactly. So basically what these uniforms are now is let me just make sure that I don't make a typo here. Don't make me just hard code a 4.0f. I mean, we will put that in our globals as just kind of a thing here that's going to be float. That's fine. Generic engine or specific one? Do I have a specific project in mind? So just a hobby project. So I started with a a very different engine. You know, it was just a raycasting engine, and then I got to a point with it where it was really cool. There was like all these raycasted lights and stuff with my own kind of logic that like crept along walls and stuff and had its own like diffusion system and everything. It was very advanced for a raycasting thing. But then I just hit a wall with it where I realized I couldn't do stairs, you know, or like real stairs, or you know, I wanted to have like real jumping and, you know, stuff like that. And then I just realized I just can't do it. It's just not going to be efficient. But I loved that raycasting engine because it looked so cool. But I eventually outgrew it, and then it turned into this. But yeah, that project was supposed to be this horror RPG that I had in mind. Like I kind of had this idea of like this Eye of the Beholder type of RPG where like your party members are like dying and getting bloodied up, and I don't know. There isn't kind of like a real party-based horror RPGs. Yeah, I was just thinking about that Aria. I mean, I might. No, I don't have it on this drive, unfortunately. So this is actually, I meant to tell you this. This is now not on my external drive anymore because I had to use the port for the microphone, for my new microphone. So I can't show you this today, unfortunately, but I will remember for next time. But yeah, that external drive, I'd have to unplug something and it would get messy, but yeah. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm sorry if someone's watching and they don't find this interesting, but let me see if I can find. Yeah, unfortunately, no. Yeah, I wish I could show it off. It was pretty cool. I was trying to find some photos of it, but I don't even think I have that on this computer. But yeah, it was cool. But yeah, I had a dream for like a horror RPG, and then, you know, now I have like b-hopping logic and all this other stuff in this engine. So it's definitely not a generic engine because it's very particular and interesting, and not like, it doesn't try to do anything in a conventional way, really. You know, it's probably not going to have a conventional, at least, entity component system. It's going to be very strange. But I guess it's generic. My idea was I wanted to make something where the entire code base is just exposed to the user, and you can just do whatever you want with it, like make your own world. I just kind of wanted it to be like an art tool rather than try to make a game, maybe. I don't know. I have this idea of like releasing it and then people making these worlds or something with it. I hope. Thanks for the font choice. You can do ! font if you want to download it yourself. Okay. I will remember next time, though. I will remember next time to do that. I think I can just say. It's not gonna let me do this, but we just copy and paste this into the init, I guess. It's never gonna change. It's just where's some place that I'm not going to forget about where this is? Here. Yeah, as you can see, our sound system is literally just not really a thing yet. yeah, we don't have really font specific stuff yet. So I'm not really worried about that. Yeah, pretty much. I don't really know if I hope that I make a game with it one day, but I'd really have to learn how to like make textures and Blender and all that. I don't really know how to do any of that, unfortunately. I hope that I learn it someday and make something with it, but I just feel like every engine out there just tries to be so general that it stops being very expressive, you know. This was over here. I feel like we can just set that from the other side, though. Yeah, we can set that from the other side. That's pretty much it, actually. That's gonna be it. When I started my adventure, it was all into paradigms and choosing between A and B, and now it's let's go all. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of want it to be like, I don't know, like possible for users to like select stuff from their computer. Like right now I have it so that you can select just like any image from your computer and just it imports as a texture. So I kind of want to have that with sounds as well. But I have to set time aside to do that. And yeah, this is a tiling window manager. This is i3 that I'm using today. Honestly, we are so zoomed in, I forgot to zoom out today. But yeah, I changed the resolution of this monitor to when I stream, so what else can we do next? Did I find the UI bug yesterday? Yes, I did. It was it's actually a very tricky bug. I thought that it was going to be some stupid typo that I made, but it's actually my first real bug that I've had in a while, which was we had an array of pointers to another array that we were matching the pointers and then removing from that array and then shifting it to the left, but then of course the pointers now are pointing to memory that is greater than the count, right? So those pointers weren't matching anymore. So essentially what we had to do was iterate from the other side so that yeah, it was annoying. I've ran into that before and I've fixed that same problem so many times, but the problem is that my logs were pointing me in a completely different direction. Like I thought that it was something completely else that was going on, and then, you know, I eventually logged the right thing that I was like, oh my gosh, no way. But yeah, it happens. It's just annoying when it does happen. Yeah. Yeah. How I ended up finding it was that I like printed out all of the indexes of every single UI element, and then I realized that some of them weren't changing, and I was like, wow. What's up, Jonas? How are you doing? Fixing the same problem twice has to be... Yeah, I mean, that's kind of... I feel like all of us have fixed the same problems probably already at some point. It's just different kind of versions of the same problems. But yeah, this is going to be chill because we're just kind of... Honestly, we're just kind of not really doing very complicated stuff today, so yeah, I prefer prints too. That's but the prints yesterday were bringing me into to the wrong place. Do I have this? It's gonna be... I feel like that should be a... Okay, I have to move that over, which is actually gonna be quite annoying. Let's figure out what I have this set up as. I don't know why I'm doing that. Yeah, so the reason behind this underscore is, what is your truly desire? That's ominous. I don't know. Happiness, you know? Peace and happiness. That's my true desire, I guess. Wow, that really threw me off. Where's this other map? Because we're just gonna go to every... Oh gosh, this is cursed. This is cursed. This is so cursed, actually. Okay. Oh gosh, it's cursed. No. I just really don't want this to have an underscore anymore. How long on Linux? I constantly fight with Arch and Sway. I haven't been on Linux for very long at all. Honestly, when I was like a teenager and I first got into coding, I never chose Linux because you couldn't play games on Linux back then. But nowadays you can do anything on Linux pretty much, so that's when I switched. So not very long on Linux, but yeah, I use i3 and this is Linux Mint. It's a very bad computer, so that's why I chose Mint, since it's pretty easy to do things with. But yeah, I mean, don't feel any shame if you want to switch to a different thing, you know what I mean? I think Linux Mint is pretty cool. It's very interesting, the whole like lightweight distribution thing. Like everybody is just so, I don't know. Everybody says they want a lightweight distribution, I'm realizing online, and then they use the KDE desktop. Like, are we like speaking the same language here? Like, what do you mean lightweight? I just think it's so funny that the same people that want a lightweight distribution choose the heaviest. Like, am I crazy here or whatever? I like Arch, it trusts you, it's life. I mean, that's fair. I would probably like Arch too. I don't know, it's kind of, I think that it's just a thing on the internet is like this. It's like the same thing as it was in school, you know. You've got just like people that like end up in like groups and then they stop like thinking for themselves. And so it's like, oh, I'm a part of the group that likes talking about how lightweight my distribution is while using the heaviest desktop manager. It's like desktop environment. Oh god, I just did the thing. Did I remap caps lock? No. I don't think that remapping caps lock is necessary, to be honest. I don't know. I think that it would be so weird for me having it remap, but maybe I should do it. I kind of hate when I press it by accident. I'm very particular about things, so I usually don't make changes. That's kind of my flaw, is that I suck at making changes. Okay, we have 14 more errors. Oh my, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Oh, this is... there. Programming the keyboard itself is more convenient. Yeah. I haven't really messed around with any of that stuff. Oh, wow. Wow, there's a lot of these. There's a lot of these. I apparently fat fingered more than once there. Good thing I remember how all of this is supposed to look, pretty much. If I didn't, then it would be a disaster. But this is hilarious. Oh, I don't really remember what this was. Hold on. What is this debug? This is the wireframes. Did I try Vulkan? No, I didn't try Vulkan. I have like... I'm just going to assume that it was this. Oh. I vaguely remember how this is supposed to look. Wait. Oh. Wait. We're just gonna assume that it's that. Since Hyperland, yeah, everybody uses Hyperland anyway. But I still see people online that maybe it is a minority, I don't know. I'm kind of down to compile just to see if we are, just to see the errors. Shaders, let's see. Oh. Oh, we did an extra on the map. I feel like I would probably like Hyperland, but I don't know. Right, we were moving everything into here. What do you think? Should this be a global or what? No, you know what? I think we just keep it simple. When Linux beat Windows on desktop? Oh, I didn't even edit it. I think that that it beat it probably when when it had all this, you know, fancy, you know, all this, you know, whatever stuff with the window manager. Let me just try to compile and see. Yeah, I mean, I like the philosophy too. I'm a big fan of free software and all that. Okay. Seems like UI change is the issue. Reason being is because it's now a... I did say that we would have to change this. For this, we can just do this, though. Oh, that's the only place. I still use some XOR window managers in some of my old machines. I like the source code of such Windows managers. It's really small and easy to understand. Wayland compositors are so complex, yeah. I actually just kill my compositor when I stream because it's just too... it hogs too much memory. But I don't know. I'm a pretty simple person, you know what I mean? Like I've never been like somebody who's had like a fancy setup or, you know, at all. And also, yeah, it is kind of bad because nowadays I can't even I mean, getting like working drivers on this thing was so annoying. I mean, I'm sure if you have like a newer computer, it's no problem at all. But if you have an older computer, you might sympathize with my kind of difficulty that was getting NVIDIA drivers on this thing. First of all, if you look back at and try to get old drivers, you will not find specific drivers, and you will only find incomplete drivers. They don't store them. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that those drivers don't work with anything. It's just absurd. Well, we have dithering. Yeah, I had a feeling that this would be annoying. Because we kind of just, you know, blindly changed everything, but we will step through it right now. Try to figure it out. We can just search for globals because that's 100% what it is. Could it be this actually? Interesting. That's the first thing we have to do is at the top of here, should put is it? Yeah. I almost forgot what the thing is. Is this correct? Oh, it's get ticks. That's what it is. Yes. Yeah, maybe Macs are good for programming. I don't know. I always felt... I don't know, I really hate the UI of Macs. Like, that's been always my problem with it. Oh, we don't set up a view matrix. That's why. Let's just keep looking through this. I feel like Linux having less latency than Windows is definitely a thing where it may not, depending on your setup. Yeah, exactly, Art. That's my problem with it. It's a very inflexible, way more than even Windows. I also don't really like Apple as a company. Maybe even more than Windows. I don't know. I think that if we want to talk about ethics, they don't make their things very ethical. I feel like this might actually be a post-processing thing. That's the problem. The UI doesn't work either. Okay. Well, there was progress there. I think I want to yeah, let's just run it back to what's the name of this? It's not the post-process text, it's the one that goes inside the post-process text. Yeah, just main FBO color text, just to make sure that it's an issue with the later pipeline. Yeah, I agree with that. That would be good in a perfect world where companies weren't trying to make money off of everybody. That's just the sad fact of it. Interesting. I did do that right? If that is actually true, then yeah, it's actually probably earlier in the pipeline then. What do you mean by that? Multitasking. You think that corporations are multitasking? I guess. I don't know. I feel like Apple's a big enough company where they can do everything. They could do everything really well if they wanted to. Also, it's kind of like it becomes dogmatic, right? Like, there are people out there that genuinely just buy Macs because it's an Apple product, right? So there's no way for them to focus because their company is built on their own brand, their own dogma, you know? So, yeah. I also think that they're not very... I think that companies aren't even companies aren't even incentivized to produce good products. Just products that people are going to buy. People don't buy good products. That's the problem, in my opinion. People just buy shit. People bought good products, then we would have good products. But people buy shit all the time. Yeah. I wonder if it's actually a problem with... There's a writer that I really like. His name is Mark Fisher, and his idea was that capitalism is the only system that can ever exist now. And we made it that way, you know? And that our only way is to exist within that system and make everything as livable inside of that system as we can. You know, that was his kind of theory on things, was that there is no, you know, getting rid of the multi-billionaire companies, and, you know, there's no getting rid of them. There just is no way to do that. But people could buy better products so that they made better products, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of comes down to the consumers to get off TikTok and get off Instagram and stop buying like all this hype bullshit all the time. Buy less shit in general. It's on the consumers, you know. It's the reason why I haven't bought an expensive GPU. It's because I don't believe that they're made well enough for me to support buying them. I don't know. I'm gonna print out the map with. So it may be that maybe that us changing that variable name here made it, I don't know, not work, not get filled with actual data. Who knows? I can see where we pass it down here. Well, actually, I mean, that's in the opposite direction of where I went. Just making sure that we... Seems like it's a problem with the lighting. It's the annoying thing. It's a problem with the lighting, but I'm gonna try something. I think we should Why do people run JavaScript on web pages? I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Do people run JavaScript on servers? I didn't know that. Arya, do you think that you have a little bit of a... How do I say this lightly? A bias, per se? No. Never. Let's just see what it logs. You know, it could be that issue. I don't know. I doubt it though. Globals is no. Okay, this might have something to do with it actually. Rebuild UI and text draw buffers and add text. Yes. We should not be using a global state for that. So, why is this not? That's annoying that doesn't give me... Oh, it is. Oh, never mind. Rebuild. Apparently, I switched it in... here. All jokes aside, I do think people should use C, not for production code, but just to learn, yeah. Basically, so they learn how to think correctly when it comes to writing code. Thinking correctly in this case being thinking similarly to how computers work. Or similarly to how Arya works. But I think it's already the main language for learning in college and all. No. Java is kind of king. Did I really get rid of this? I should not have gotten rid of that. I regret that completely. Yeah, I feel like Java is kind of the language. Like NetBeans Java is kind of pretty much what everybody learns, at least first. But then again, I didn't go to school for computer science. But yeah, that's what I learned in my AP Computer Science class, was Java. Well, that's great, Carrie. I kind of wish I'd learned it first, but... It can't natively talk to Win API. That's how you know a language is bad. Just kidding. I've never used C#, so I have no opinion on it. But I can talk about Java. I don't like Java. I don't like Java at all. Same thing. The correct width and height. C# is just a mix of Java and C++. I see, people have said that to me before, and I just don't understand how that's possible at all. That's like telling me that, like, something tastes like farts and ice cream at the same time. You know? Somehow slower than Java. Wow. That's hard to do. That is hard to do. Why do they teach object-oriented programming before engineering? I don't really know. To be honest, I wouldn't be able to tell you because, like, at least in my experience, I remember when I was like a teenager, I like really wanted to make something else, you know, other than just like a console application. And I was learning Java, and I asked my Java teacher, I was like, what would you recommend me do at home, like a project? Like, I'm working on all this stuff, and I showed her all the stuff that I'd been working on, and she just didn't even know. Like, she was like, I don't know, you know. I remember just like the kind of look of like just kind of being confused on her face. And after that, I just like, I don't know, I don't really trust anybody who tries to teach me anything. I doubt that that's the issue. Yeah, people who teach aren't programmers. And you know why? Because they're programming instead of teaching. It's kind of different in other fields, right? Because you go to school for literature, for example, and all the people that are teaching literature are usually active, like, academic writers and stuff. But for programmers, I don't even know if that's the case. That's great, Jonas. Yeah, I wish that my country was like that. I went to like a specialty engineering high school, but most people don't have that experience at all in America. I only got one computer science course. During my entire time there. I'm down to send it without all of this stuff. Without entities. Well, it's not even the entities that are the problem, actually. And get rid of this. First of all, this isn't even being used currently. Let's also get rid of this. This should just be easy to just get rid of, I think. And let's get rid of the debug. Yeah, they used to teach C, but for some reason most colleges stopped doing that. Yeah. How does it feel not to work on UI? Pretty great, but it is kind of busting my balls right now. The university in our capital also researches about Vulkan a lot, which is great. Yeah, that's awesome. I wish that graphics programming, like I could learn graphics programming somewhere, but I don't think I'm ever going back to school at this point. I just think it just ain't for me, you know? Kinda. I'm gonna regret commenting that out later. God, what did I just do? Okay, we're just not gonna bother commenting that out. It's not even... I could still teach myself. What? What? We're gonna get rid of volumetric, that. And we are going to get rid of course, the composite as well. And we are just going to draw the raw geometry and see that. Yeah, teach yourself graphics programming. It'll be fun. Arya, do you speak German? Okay. I'm not even gonna ask what that says. I'm actually gonna Google Translate that right now. Oh, a little bit. Okay. I thought you were calling me a bad name. No problem, Jonas. Yeah, it means a little bit. I thought you were like, yeah, bitch, or something like that. That would have been funny. This is cooked. Whatever is happening here is pretty cooked. Because I changed every single variable name and then this happened. The bullying between us is very one-sided, Lamau. Yeah, I don't know why you don't lean into it more. Also, the sky, I think, is correct, believe it or not. I did set this to something, right? Yes. If anyone here wants to learn this stuff, don't do what I'm doing. That's for sure. Maybe I hard code the ambient. Ooh, that's a good question, actually. Maybe that's why everything is white. It's because this ambient isn't what we think it is. Because I did change that. Someone time out Aria for spamming chat. Just kidding. I find C standard library horrible, but often see how people use it. I like the C standard library. It just, you know, it's pretty funny. There's some cool stuff that you can do with it. Let's try hard coding this. Dang. I can't believe they didn't let us do that bit. Let's just set it to 0.0f, everything, and then just... Because it's definitely a problem with lighting somehow, that everything is turning white. The entities are fine. Okay, so it's obviously not that. The UI also doesn't show up, which is concerning. Let's go straight into the shader. These are all named correctly. You know, I'm 90% sure that this is from one of these map things that I changed, that where I just missed the one of these typos somewhere, and now it's just yeah, but the entity shader takes this too. This is not happening, by the way, because oh, that's a good question, actually. Why did I go with C instead of C++? I feel like it's kind of helpful to abstract away some of the OpenGL stuff with like templates and all. I don't know. Every time I've tried to learn C++, I just don't understand the reason why it works like it does. I don't really... I like simple things, that's all. Even if it makes me slower. I like simplicity. That's why I use very simple language. I implement a lot of this stuff myself. I don't really understand like smart pointers and all like the new C++ stuff. Maybe I'm dumb, I just don't get it. I wonder if I was accessing that somewhere. Ooh. But also, I mean, I am just kind of like a weird person, you know? I'm very particular with things. I don't like most things, so it's not a very crazy thing that I don't like C++, you know? Most things bother me. Helix, I vomit. Damn. Not bad. Virtual functions. Should you remove? No. No. Idea not bad, but implementation in C++ is just bad. Yeah, I don't really know much about templates, to be honest. Yeah, it's specifically the geometry. It's almost like the light map itself is undefined. But I didn't touch the light map, which is annoying. Also, the UI doesn't appear. Yeah, most people do think it's new of him. I think you have to be a special type of hater to notice that it's Helix. Maybe it's not even here. Maybe it's let's look at everything that we commented out here. Yeah, we didn't touch the light map. I didn't change anything in this file today. So this is all of this. It's all editor facing. That has nothing to do with it. Ooh, good question actually. Maybe we just take this out for now. Because that could be like throwing some sort of error, I guess. Well, that's a part of it, definitely. Hold on. Did I change that? I did. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like C++ can be used really well. I've seen some very elegant C++. It's a reason why, you know, it's so well, it's so widely used, you know? The issue I have with it is just if you write good C++, I think it takes time. Like, you end up having to write a lot of constructors, a lot of things, a lot of boilerplate, I guess you would call it. And while you have to do that in C, at least it's like you feel like you're implementing structures, like functions, things like that. I remember I set something up here. We did do this, but that has nothing to do with it. Where's the, is it in here? Then you create the function for init/dinit for structs with allocation or API constraints. That is true. I mean, that is true. I guess it's different though. In C, it's always very simple. You know, it's literally just iterating and then freeing. Constructions in C++, at least the way I've seen them, are just very... I've never really understood why they're so complicated. I've also never really liked the cat-dog kind of way of making a program. Then again, don't listen to me. I'm trying to draw something that isn't just a blank screen right now. I kind of have this idea that I commented something out that was very important to not comment out. And now we're just trying to figure out what it is. The thing is, I haven't touched this today, but I feel like that's bad. Since we're doing a huge refactor, we probably should have touched this, maybe? I might have to log... If we're even loading textures in, that might be an issue. And maybe that's why the entities are working and the geometry isn't. That might be a part of it. Yeah, I don't know. You guys use a lot of fancy words. I guess I just don't know all the fancy words and what it means, but I agree with you guys, totally. I feel like if I knew C++, I would probably like it a lot more. What am I doing? I just had a moment there where I kind of like forgot how to write code. So my idea is that for whatever reason, maybe one of our, somewhere in the pipeline, our texture isn't working. That's my idea because it's the only thing I could think of, but I'm trying to think through all this, but I don't really know what rail is, to be 100% honest with ya. I feel like we get rid of the UI shader too, the UI frame buffer completely, just to completely isolate the issue. What is this error? Huh? Uh, where? When did that happen? I'm a big fan of like simple memory allocation in C because you end up with you just have stack or heap, you know? That's it. Like quite literally that's it. Actually now it kind of seems like there is texture. That's probably what all these white lines are. I mean, what I'm talking about is I mean, I think that this is probably the smoking gun, is the fact that this isn't getting a texture. Didn't we write a printout? We wrote a printout. Stack and heap are the same memory and hardware? Yeah, they are, but I'm talking about just like conceptually in terms of like how you allocate memory. You know, it's just very simple. I might just hard code a texture for everything. Also very, very smoking gun is that we aren't getting a printout there. Which means that a text array count is... Oh... It's externed, and it is getting incremented. I almost put a printf inside of a printf. Why is everything looking so retro? I feel like I'm watching a Terry Davis video. That's pretty funny. I don't take any offense to that, by the way. I sometimes watch some of his old streams where he's just coding sometimes. Yeah, I mean, if that's 0, then that would be pretty bad. No, it's not offensive at all. It's okay. It's just there's like people out there that for whatever reason, you know, like seeing the YouTube comments sometimes, like people that are just like, oh, this is a racist and blah 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 blah. It's like, I don't know. Oh, so it's kind of like a... It's like a vector? Arenas? Oh, now it's printing out. Oh, thanks, Im. Thank you, I appreciate that. Today is another day of banging my head against the wall, I guess, though. This is very interesting, though, to me. I'm in the wrong file. It's very interesting that that isn't changing because... Actually, maybe it shouldn't. What's bizarre about this is that we're not iterating. You see this? See what I mean here? How does that even happen? How are we displaying 4 but then only iterating one time and printing out only one time? If buffer counter equals 0, continue, that's why. Huh. Why would that be affected by what we just did, though? Unsure. The thing is, it's definitely drawing because it's just drawing white, right? But it is drawing. I should really be actually printing this one out because this is the UV light map, and that's what's actually going to be lighting it up. I can even what I'll do now at this point is just literally hard code a color let's just not multiply it times light. Let's see what that does. It's one of two things. It's either the texture or the lights. So I should also switch the music. I feel like I drive myself like slightly insane. Okay, so it is the light 100%. Interesting. Where's the quit button? Find it, find the quit button. We aren't gonna find it. Interesting. Hey, what's up, Luca? How are you doing? Hey, Walrus, how are you doing? It's another stream of me banging my head against the wall, but this time, it's a big refactor that we're in the middle of. I have this giant to-do list that we're working through right now, and we ran into some bugs, so we're tracking those down as soon as I change the music. I feel like parenthesis today. Oh, I don't have this album downloaded anymore. Are you kidding me? Because I don't have my external drive on. Parenthesis Sealy. Let's see if it's on YouTube. It is on YouTube. It's a fantastic album, by the way. Super underrated. 1996 Sealy parenthesis. Better start your raycast engine? Good. That's great. If you need any tips, let me know. I did start with a raycasting engine myself, as you know. I think if you want a good resource for that, there is a blog post linked under my very first devlog that I made for this engine. I forgot the name of it. I think it's called Baron something. But that's what I followed for. It's like kind of the resource for raycasting engines, so you should definitely check that out. He teaches a lot of stuff in there that other tutorials just kind of get wrong, like how to actually properly texture floors. Yeah. Let me actually pull that up really quick. I don't want to like derail the whole thing, but I am about to like take a breather to get some coffee in a second here, but it's lowdev.org. I'm going to give you it in the chat right here. There you go. I think that's it. Yeah. Like if you go on any whatchamacallit forum or anything looking up raycasting, they're all going to tell you to use that tutorial. It's a great resource. So we figured out that it was the light map actually. So that's what we need to look at. Bizarre how that ended up happening. I thought it was the texture, but I guess it is the light. What version of OpenGL? We're using version 430 core. Yeah, look, those are the blog posts that are the best though. Let's try to this is my idea, is like I'm like 90% sure that it's the UV light map that somehow when we were copying and pasting all this stuff got messed up. Yeah, we can put all of our textures in a big array. So the way that the OpenGL versions deal with texture arrays were always in OpenGL since like version 2, I'm pretty sure. But now what you can do is have arrays of texture arrays, you know, and batch them in like that. It's not something that I do. I just use texture arrays. And then I loop through them to batch them like that. But it is possible when you do like 3D models, the kind of efficient way to do it is to batch them in based on their like entire material type, but I'm not quite there yet. Yeah, let's see if this changes. I'm like 90% sure that it is somehow this, but yeah, we just did like a big kind of variable naming refactor, and so there's a bug somewhere that we're trying to track down. DX12 literally put buffers, cube map textures, 2D textures. Yeah, that's what I love about OpenGL. It's like, I mean, I don't know about DX12 actually, but I love the fact that, yeah, so it is 100% the UV light map. Okay, well now we know the issue. This is the engine, although it has all of the kind of lighting and stuff turned off right now, which is pretty funny. But yeah, the UV light map, interesting. Okay, so let's just change this back before we forget. Yeah, I love how like as long as something has the same parameters, it can go inside of the same texture array. Yeah, I bake light maps on map load. Well, you can save the light maps if you're loading in the same map. Oh, senior at uni actually showed you that blog post? Well, I'm honored, to be honest, that I also recommended it. I think it's gonna start raining here, so I might have to take a 5-minute break to set up the tarp and everything in a second, but yeah. We'll wait it out for a second and see if we can figure this out. So this is giving me an ID for this UV light map 45. Yeah, I'm outside. You don't hear the wind chimes? Yeah. I like working outside. It's cool. I do get bit up though. And you get the soothing kind of sounds of the thunder. I hope it's not too annoying, but I'm like 99.9% sure that this is the issue. So it was this map pointer that we changed the name of, and then something. Oh, the volume here was a bit low? Yeah. You should have seen it the other day. It was like really loud when I had a different microphone hooked up. It was like, the thunder was like incredibly. For anybody who's interested, this for the person that just asked about the light maps, this is how I bake my light maps. So it's this is how the compute skylight works. It's complicated. I'm not going to go through like all of it, right? But it's basically done voxels on top of the UV light maps, and then we project out from those voxels to find if we are occluded or not, right? So we raycast out to the sky in the direction of the sky, and then if we aren't occluded, then we accumulate into that voxel, right? And then that's how we do the voxel light map. And then we have the UV light map down here, which is every surface, right? And then we do the exact same thing. We do take the data from the voxel light map. We basically say, hey, if we already got something, this sounds like something you do in a shader instead. Yeah, I mean, most people would, but I have a very bad computer, and I really hate the fact that I can't run modern games, and so my kind of goal with this was to make volumetric, beautiful lighting that runs on a bad computer, you know. That was my goal with this, and I think I succeeded. I mean, you can look at the videos where the lighting is actually shown off and not being actively worked on. I think it looks good, but yeah, so that was my idea, was to leverage new hardware, but also make something that runs good, because anything ray tracing wise or advanced lighting wise, I have to basically run on my laptop at like, 720p basically, which isn't very fun. Worst part about starting, yeah, I can relate to it. So it's definitely here, in my opinion. Do I have a different variable named map in this file? There was a reason why we had this named map underscore. I'm trying to remember. Why we had that named map underscore. Yeah, I was looking for this before and I couldn't find it. What GPU do I have? I have a 1050 in my laptop. I've never been a very wealthy person, so I don't really buy hardware that often. But I also do believe that new games do not leverage the hardware, and I think modern computer graphics is pretty lazy overall. Really, Luca, I feel like my code is a mess, but maybe that's just me. I mean, I don't even know why I'm looking down here. It's 100% a problem with the UV light map. We just confirmed that. So my idea with this was maybe that we don't have the map width and the height in time for making the texture itself, was my kind of idea why that might be happening. And I'm trying to find where the thing is, we initialize it here though. Shampoo and conditioner, apocalypse, and other random names. Wow. That's interesting. That reminds me, I went to business school, believe it or not, very briefly. I kind of had this idea like that I was just gonna make money and be rich because I was tired of being poor and all of this. But yeah, I went there and they had this like resume reviewing thing, peer review that I did, and I just got laughed at by everybody on that because I guess I had like a more artsy resume than they hated me there because I was like artsy or whatever. I remember I asked the professor how to make my charts look good, you know, because I was trying to do like charts and stuff on my project or whatever that we were doing, like stock portfolio or whatever, like some boring bullshit. But yeah, I was asking her like, how do I make my charts look good? Like those charts that you have look so good. And then she was like, only losers care about aesthetics. Like it's all about the content really. And she like had this whole spiel about how I should like watch Gary Vee or something in the middle of class. Like, God, that was like the worst place I've ever been in my entire life. I hated it so much. Yeah, I low key, you know, yeah. Yeah, I am gonna have to put up the tarp in a second here, but yeah, I feel like it's one I wish I had a light map. I actually like deleted my cache of old light maps just for that I can like load in, but yeah, I kind of wish I had a light map just to test, but I'm 100% sure that it's this. Yeah, I'm much better off as a programmer. I agree with that. Um, Graphics programming is not how. Well, I kind of like put aside the whole get rich thing. I would much rather be happy than rich, and I realized at you know at business school that everybody was trying to get rich and no one was happy, and everybody was just a big bully, to be honest. Um, I really wonder if teachers. I've been bullied a lot by teachers actually. I was kind of like sleeping through class my last year of high school, and my physics teacher one day when I came in late, because I was working a full-time job, he just singled me out and he said, "If you don't care about this class, don't come to class." Artsy type and boring, statistically oriented, or uncreative things. Yeah, exactly. I have ADHD too. It really, I just never was made for it, but I also like kind of don't come from money, and I felt like maybe if I had more money I would be happier at some point, but I've kind of like, I don't really agree with that anymore. I don't think that money would make me happy. Working on something like this makes me happy. Anyway, I have to put the tarp up. We're going to investigate this bug. I'm 90% sure that for whatever reason, this texture when it comes out of here is undefined. We probably commented something out bad. So I am going to put up a little thing here for a second that I am so I'll be back in a sec. I want to put the tarp up so that we don't get rained on, and I'm going to grab a coffee. frog. It's a frog on the tarp. It's a frog. I put it up and I was trying to calm him down because he was pretty freaked out. Because he was living underneath that tarp, and then I just put the tarp up, and then he was just like, now he's like on the wall, like freaked out. Also, Arya, I thought that the bullying was one-sided. Are you like flipping the script now? Oh, my name's Arya, the streamer bullies me. Oh, woohoo. This is like living proof that Arya bullies me, actually. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly, poor frog. It would be bullying if I was lying. No. That's not how bullying works. No, that's not how bullying works. What, like, it's not bullying to call someone names? Even if it's true? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and name examples. I'm trying not to, but, I'm just saying. How can I have... It's not in my house, it's on my porch. What you said was not mean. Right, okay. Well, I'm glad that we're shifting goalposts now. I'm just kidding, obviously. I'm just having a bit of a laugh, Arya. I'm just a person who loves humor. I'm just gonna try to turn these values all the way down. Dude, maybe it's... I don't know. Map backlight is something that isn't even used inside of the function, so we can just try to like explicitly pass in 0.0 of 0.0 of 0.0 of. Oh, it's a... What? Why are you mad at me? Oh, that's why you're mad at me. I'm very insecure about the fact that I spend all my time tracking down bugs lately. I honestly, I just wish I could just code, you know what I mean? The last Storm stream, I mean, I just was coding, you know what I mean? I was just really coding good, and we got a lot of stuff done. The past two streams, I just haven't been able to get a lot of work done. Yeah, man, it's just undefined. It's just purely undefined. Yeah, I'm hoping, that's why I'm hoping that the storm stream happens and then I'm able to get some work done. Do I always stream around this time? Yeah. Usually just during the day. It is harder for me to track down bugs live though. Like I get in my head about it, definitely. It's also very annoying that I have. Honestly, we should just BCO at this point. It's been getting ridiculous lately. Let's see where we create the texture. First of all, we create it here. You can see I copied this from some blog post. I have to get rid of all of these. That's good, Luca. I hope that's kind of the appeal of my streams, is just for people who like to have something on, I guess. That's why I like doing it outside too. You get like ambiance and stuff. Hold on, I have an idea. I do have logs for this stuff, right? What build system do I use? I just use GCC. I don't really have anything fancy. Like makefiles, nothing. Arya gets mad at me because the issue is never the build system with me. The issue is my own stupidity, you know? Oh yeah, it's not a fact that it's hard or anything. I just don't see the point, really. Like, I mean, I just have my compile flags. It's the same thing as a makefile. It's just all in line. Yeah, but makefiles look pretty. Okay. Makefiles look pretty. It's a very interesting comment. Wait a second. No, there's no way, right? There's just no way. There's no way that's... No, because we're... I got this text message yesterday, I believe, yesterday morning, and it said, "Can we talk?" with the thinking emoji from a random number. I've been getting really weird texts for the past like 2 months. I got one like a month ago that said, "I'm about to visit New York. What was the weather like this time of year?" You know? I've been getting really weird texts. And it doesn't seem like scam-based texts. It's just very eerie. It's very strange. Am I getting stalked? I don't know. I feel bad talking about this live. Do I have an evil ex? No. No. I think that, all of my exes probably want to have negative, things to do with me, to be honest. There was this, I feel bad talking about this live, but there was this girl that I ghosted, but I don't, I don't know. It could be that. The problem I have with this is, like, how do I even log this? Like, what do I do? It just log? Do we? Maybe I just log if we. Or the text from, no, it's always a different number. And like, usually I'd think it's like a phishing scam or like some type of like, I've gotten like texts like that before where it's like, oh, wrong number, but also I'm like looking for new friends or whatever. Like, I've gotten stuff like that before, but this is like kind of eerie, like the fact that they knew that I lived in New York, It's always like very strange, and the fact that they've been becoming more and more recent. I mean, what am I even? I'm just going to print out the RGB value. It's one of two things here. It's either undefined or it's just somehow getting a really high value. Let me get the country. Yeah, I mean, I have the area code, but it's always... Yeah, I guess so. I guess it could be something like that. Oh, that's in UI. I guess it could be something like that, but I don't know. I haven't been in New York in a very long time, so like years. I had this like idea in my head that maybe it's like people from my past that are like checking on me or something, because I like kind of just like deleted all my social media at some point. Wait a second, that compiled way too fast. Oh, never. Whoa. These are supposed to be RGB values, and for those of you who do not know what an RGB value is supposed to look like, it's definitely not supposed to look like 800. So we got our answer. It isn't undefined, it's just another very strange bug. 2 days in a row of very strange bugs, but at least we know what it is now. Very fascinating though. Like, I can't even begin to really... Am I doubling them? Yeah, I could try... What I'm gonna try next is we're not going to add. We're just gonna set to skycolor.r, right? At least I know what the bug is now, but I still don't understand, like, what we did earlier today has nothing to do with this at all. So it's another very tricky bug where something led to something else. But I guess this is like what happens with a big project, is it just... Things are connected in very strange ways when you change one variable name. I'm kind of happy lately with the bugs like this because at least it's not like a stupid typo or something. It's some like very strange thing that's going on. Okay. That's a whole other issue. Something I'm noticing here is that nothing is occluded. And also that the ceiling texture doesn't get rendered. This is a very annoying thing where yeah, now that we know that you're talking about these values, you're talking about the final values? Yeah, and it's not overflow. It's the smoking gun to me is that there isn't is that there wasn't any occlusion anywhere. So if we do a test here where I just comment this out and now it's only going to draw light where the occlusion is, then that'll kind of prove what I'm trying to check here. Because if it's completely dark and there's no light at all, this is the light that gets added if it's occluded. It adds like a tiny bit of light to the light map, right? So if it's completely black, which I'm expecting it to be, I think that our occlusion is completely broken. Never mind. That was the opposite of what I was expecting. This could be a whole other issue that's just directing us in the wrong place. My original idea with this was that it's the UV light map that is 100% being allocated incorrectly. Which would make sense, because we would, if it's not allocated correctly and we iterate over the same thing over and over again, then that would definitely be the problem. I just don't know how to log that, but I have to figure out how to log that right now. That's my next goal, is figuring out how to log the light map UV allocation. So load light map texture atlas. Yeah, the problem is I don't really know how to... draw just the light map texture. I mean, I could just put that in the shader. That might be helpful. But I mean, the thing is, it's at the end of the day, it's not going to tell us anything because those values are like 800. What I'm kind of assuming is that for whatever reason, every triangle is getting allocated to like 0 pixels. And so what's happening is we're iterating over each triangle so many times because there's like such little space. But I don't even know, like, the thing is with this stuff, I don't even know what the normal values would look like, you know? But this should immediately tell me if these values are really, really small, then this will immediately tell me if this is the bug. strange. I could also... It's one of these annoying things where... It's one of those annoying things where there's no way to log it because there's so many values. Like, I wish that there was a way for me to just, like, log the positions we're at and how many times we loop over something, but it would literally print out, like, hundreds of thousands of things because of how many times it loops over things. Oh, wait. But I appreciate all the suggestions. At least I'm getting somewhere. Oh, hey, Ethereal. I'm sorry, I missed that with the Nightbot message. What are you working on, if you are still here? Yeah, I mean... I think that those values actually look correct. Let me see the exact estimation of the area. So I feel like that those values seem correct. Values seem correct. Estimation. I obviously copied this as well, so I don't really know. Yeah, I think that this seems correct to me. That would be... Very exciting stream so far. Just curious, do I have a CS degree? No, I do not. I'm happy that you think it's exciting, though. I wish I was actively kind of working on something and not just fixing a bug right now. I'm gonna... Hopefully the thunder doesn't get too loud today, but that is what's happening for now. Hopefully you find it soothing rather than anxiety-inducing. All we pretty much did was change the map variable name. Was it that loud? Was it that loud? I'm sorry. Aria, I don't think that you can really, like, cry wolf anymore about the bullying thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like it's just, the buck's gotta stop somewhere, you know? Let me see with the light map. Oh, that's great. I'm happy. Usually what I end up doing is I end up just like copying my OpenGL setup stuff just from project to project, just so that I don't have to do it again. I just kind of copied it from somewhere and then just never really bothered doing it again. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. It is correct, the size. This stuff is stuff that I haven't touched in forever. That's why this file is so big. Is this the right? No, this is the other one. What? This is the function. Yes. Yeah, this file is cursed. I'm gonna remove some of these things. I might have to move the tarp a bit, but wow. Wow. don't make me... Okay, well, this one's going to be our backup, and then this one we're going to run back. Yeah, I hope that it isn't too loud. I hope that my new mic is helping me out here. Let's actually globals. I kind of wanted the other one to be back. I'm sorry if it's loud. I was hoping that my new microphone would help out with that. Is this the C-Lang journey correct? Learning basics, creating simple CLI programs. I don't really know if that was my journey. I just I did 2D stuff and then I did 3D stuff. I kind of skipped the CLI programs. I had a project where I did a cellular automata. Okay. Now we're back to this. How did I fix this in the first place? Let's switch this first of all. Yeah, I hope that you find it soothing and not, well, I did make CLI programs in Java, yeah, but I use, what was the Java framework? Like the regular one, Swift? Is that what it is? That's all I used because that was all I really knew how to use. Hopefully it calms down a little bit. I should move the tarp. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm fine. Just give me a sec. I'm moving all of my shit out of the rain. Okay, well, so here's what's happening. There was a really loud one that that you guys didn't hear, like really loud, like really, really loud. But yeah, I'm fine. I just had to move my shit out of the rain because it was kind of sketchy. I'm okay though. I think we're good. I'm trying to feel around to see if rain is getting in, but I think we're good. It is really storming though. Like way worse this time. So there's that. Can you even hear me? I don't even know if you can hear me. But yeah, it's pouring. It's pouring. Wow. Wow. Ooh, here it comes. Here it comes. Wow. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, by the way. Like, I'm inside an enclosed porch, so I'm fine. Trying to get outside the map here. It looks like yeah, I love this content. It's very fun. I did undo a lot of things just so that we could try and track down whatever is happening here, but I think that it's fine. That undid that, which was a bug. We had this bug earlier and I fixed it somehow. I don't remember what the fix was. Holy shit, Harold. Are you serious? That's crazy. That's crazy. You live somewhere where there's a lot of, like, hurricanes or tsunamis or something? That's crazy. I feel like that's probably the issue. Because the matrices that we use for this gives that. Oh, that sucks. I hope you're in a better place now. Believe it or not, I've lived in my fair share. Wow, this didn't fix it. This actually didn't fix it. Wow. Wow. Believe it or not, I've lived in my fair share of bad places. I mean, at this point, let's just run it back all the way. Reference, yes, so all of those places in camera and shaders.c. Where in this file is that? That's been 2.7. We've got a lot. We don't even use this file though for anything. Alright, we were using this. So let's just, we don't even use this. Let's just comment it out. Oh. Oh, I thought that was going to be a lot worse than it was. Can't lie. And now we're just finding more, so... I don't want to have to undo all of this, but... Oh, this is undefined? Weird. You just comment that out, it's fine. Man, this is so annoying to comment all this stuff out. We're just gonna have to go back and uncomment all this out in a second. You lived in Brazil when you were a kid? That's cool. Wait, I just had... just had an idea. Wait, no, it can't be that, but I have to fix this in here by externing this again. This is external. What is the problem? Oh, we forgot. There are some, I missed a bracket somewhere, so we got to go all the way back. Oh yeah, it's just the bracket at the end. We have to find the maximum bracket. I'm just gonna go up to it and then find the matching bracket. Yes. What is the matching bracket? This. That. Okay. Oh. You moved to Europe when you were 15? Oh my god. Bro, it's just everywhere. There's references to this everywhere. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just like comment out everything that we changed and then slowly reintroduce things until we figure it out, because this is... Bro. Just comment out the entire UI loop. Like why... This method is the best debug method. I really don't know about that. I'm gonna be 100% real with you. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's true. I feel like the best debug method would probably just not to make the bug in the first place. This is like every line in this program is... Oh, what's the... It's so cursed because the mouse position. It's just so cursed. That's just so cursed. Okay, we're gonna make the global. We're gonna make it. We're gonna set that up. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna make it here. just going to make this here. And it's only going to be doing this. Only going to be doing that, okay? So now that we did that, now we can just undo all of this. We just undo all of that stuff that we just commented out, okay? And then only comment out the stuff that we need to. Okay? Or actually, now that we made globals, we can just do this. Like, this is fine. For whatever reason, bloom amount is not. Render doc? No. What is that? Okay, we didn't get any linker errors. Is render doc good? Should I look into that? Or are you like bullying me? I can't tell. Dude? Dude? What in the world? Frames. I mean, the thing is, at this point, the thing is, it has nothing to do with, like, our frames, though. It's 100%, our light map, and like, nothing that we've refactored touches the light map. Or it shouldn't be. Oh, you're not actually gonna... I kind of want to check if I'm calling init twice. Like, that would be insane, right? Oh yeah, this is the. Oh, I was about to like lose my mind, but yeah, that's a different file. Every draw call, shader, resource, performance issues. I mean, maybe it's. The thing is, it's with. It's. I don't actually think it has anything. Something is getting called twice, is what's probably happening here. I'm gonna... Actually, that made me think. Like, what if we just printf... No, it definitely... No, we already have this printed out. This is what this does. It's, compute sky is getting called once, 100%. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. We didn't even touch anything in this file. Yeah, we don't even have our change history. Bizarre, man. Let me keep that commented out, actually. I don't really know. I think doing projects is pretty much how you learn everything, you know. Okay, I mean, okay, I'm just going to read through init from start to finish, just to see if there's something that I'm missing now. Because this is like, here's all the VAO stuff that we didn't touch any of this. Okay, all the VAO stuff. Didn't touch any of it. The particles, didn't touch it. And the textures also didn't touch it. Frame buffers, not relevant, not relevant, not relevant. Get rid of dilation. Let's also get rid of bounce lighting. Get rid of literally everything that could be causing it. I'm down to also print out UVs at this point. But let me just see. Wow, that sucks that Discord is banned in Turkey. I didn't know that. No, but at least we have the ceiling texture actually getting printed now. That's actually some improvement. No, it isn't. That's right. Yeah, I started using SDL2's drawing Rex as well. That's how I started too. Until I wanted to draw a circle. This is so cursed. Actually, let's do this. I'm once again not leaving until this bug is fixed. I hope that Ari is ready to moderate for 24 hours. Making an engine is fun. Make an engine. See how fun it is? Okay, so I mean, I know what the problem is. I just don't know why that would be changed. Like, why? Ultimately, the issue here is that these values never change. So it's iterating over the exact same part of the light map over and over and over and over and over again, no matter what position it is at. For example, these values should be going near 2000 sometimes, and it's only the only values are 6 and 11, as you can see. So like I said, it's an issue with the allocation of the UVs. It's just I haven't touched this code in so long that I kind of don't even remember how this works. To be like 100% honest with you, I don't really know how it works. I like haven't touched this in like a month. Trying is the first step to succeeding. True? True that. Let me... What if... What if there's only one triangle? That is true. I could do that, but don't do this to me. I can just be smart about it. Be smart about it, don't be dumb. Oh, I just copied the one. Oh. I don't think the problem is the light map at all. I think the problem is the triangles that are getting fed into the light map generator. I think that only one triangle is getting sent in, or all of them are the same exact triangle. Never mind. Never mind. These look correct. These look correct. Those look correct to me. Well, let me get rid of this then, and then see the debug printout for the other thing. Oh, please don't do this. That's the problem. That's the bug right there. That's the bug right there. This is the width is wait, actually, maybe that's actually fine. No, that's actually fine. That's correct. That's the correct size. Wait, I didn't see the other debug though. Found the bug, big W? No. No, I thought I did. I did print out the UVs, didn't I? No? No, I didn't. God. So dumb. I copied this code obviously a long time ago. Which was probably a really bad decision because now I don't really know how it works. Hey, I'm from the United States. How you doing? I think we just start printing that out again. We should really not be printing this out. We should be printing out the we should be printing this out, pretty much. Not that, please. We should be printing that out. Please. I'm from the southern, eastern coast, or that's where I live right now. Why dogs barking? I don't know. I'm outdoors. Okay, so at this point, the UVs are correct, or getting assigned correctly. Those are correct numbers. But when they come out of the function the other way, it's not correct. It's not correct at all when they come out of here. Florida man. That's it. That's the bug. That's the bug. All of the triangles have the same index. So they all point to the same exact triangle. So that's the bug. How that happens, we still have no idea. But yeah, that's what's happening. That's why the light map is all 800, because it iterates over the same triangle 800 times, and then just that's the entire light map. So I haven't touched this code in a very long time. And all of this was going to have to be refactored anyway, but hold on. No, this is a bigger problem. Right. Oh, I'm using I have lint. Lint? I have lint? I just said lint. I have mint. Lint. That will hopefully tell us something. The debug that I just did. Hopefully it's not going to be covered up by the other debug printouts that I did. Oh, I think it was. It totally was, wasn't it? Oh my gosh. That is... What are you smoking? What are we smoking, man? What? Okay, so that's what that means. That means that... That means that... Are we iterating over the same triangle? I mean... I mean, unless they get changed in between, those all have different indices. Bro, what are you talking about? I'm into... this again. I mean, seriously, yeah. Let me see the pointer. What? What? The fuck do you mean? What do you... I didn't fucking change anything. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you smoking? What the fuck are you talking about? All I did was print out the pointer. Like, what? The fuck are you doing, man? What? I don't know what happened, Harold. Apparently I fixed the bug by accident. Is there something that I'm missing here? All I did was add this. That's it. My jaw is like on the floor right now. Like, my mouth is just like permanently open. I just want to know what the bug is now. Literally, all I did was print statements. Bro, what are you fucking smoking? You can't just do this to me. You can't just... I mean, this was all the way back here. I mean, this had nothing to do with it. Was it this? Oh my fucking god. Do you see the bug? 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 It's really easy to miss the bug, but I'm going to show you where the bug is. It's really easy to miss it. This is where the fucking bug is. Okay? Because my dumbass didn't fucking put the names in this fucking thing. Okay? So we were incrementing the material ID and not the fucking triangle index. That's what the fucking bug was. I just haven't touched this code. You know, when I wrote this code, it's like months ago. You know what I mean? Like, just kind of set it and forget it type of thing. But yeah, so that was the bug. That was the bug. At the beginning of the stream, I was talking about this to someone, and then I just like wrote int material ID here. Didn't really think about the consequences of what I did. That's why I was so confused the whole stream. I was like, what could this be? Because nothing touches that. Nothing touches that. And I was completely right. Nothing touched it. So here's what we're gonna do. We are going to take this and it's not gonna let me, but yeah. We are going to overwrite that, and good thing I kept the backup, right? I kept the backup of it with all of our changes that we made all those hours ago, with the global state changing everything. All I need to do is uncomment out a bunch of things. What's up, Abdel? I'm really mad about that, actually. That's crazy. Why? Apparently I'm missing a, oh yeah. Like, where's this? Oh, we had this commented out, that's why. I feel like Arya's so disappointed in me. I'm disappointed in me. To be like 100% honest, I'm like, you're not? Are you sure? I feel like this is just, you know, this is just like really. I don't even remember. I think that it was just this, no? Is it all of this? Yeah, it was all of this. Yeah, I know. I sometimes forget that I'm human as well. What is any of this code? The dude. No. This is the old. This is the old shit that I just kept in here because I forgot to get rid of it. You didn't tell me that exactly, but you did tell me that you spent 8 hours tracking down a seg fault, though. You did tell me that, but jeez, man, this one was brutal. This one was brutal, man, because I like, oh man, because I mean, you saw it too. This was like, I don't know. Oh man, that's just a real bummer. I need to uncomment all of this out now. Oh wait, no, this was before I even commented this out. No, this still had this in it. I think it's back to normal now. I think that some of this file might still be cursed. No, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. We just have to add this back into it. Oh, actually it is. Yeah, I know it is. I already have been... Actually, you know what? We're just gonna write it out right now. It's just, this was like really old code. This is only called, by the way, this one is only called with the default map. So whenever you change a collision triangle or make a new collision triangle, that's all newer code that is written out properly. You know, is this gonna allow me to do this? Wait, what? Initializing float? What do you mean? Oh. Okay. This is, I don't even remember what this was. No, it's not that. It's, maybe it's editor draw index? I think so. I have to check. Do I have any maps other than the default one? Not right now. I mean, I have to iterate on this so much that it would all become deprecated if I did any of that. My laziness of just not writing this out in the beginning. Dude. I was wondering if I just copied the inside, and I did just copy the inside. Actually, is this the same? It's just named different things. Actually, yeah, so this is just 0. This is geotype. Man. You know, this still doesn't explain why the UI wasn't working. That's... okay. I wonder actually why that is. The reason why it's darker is because I changed the hard-coded lighting, actually, but... oh, the UI does work. I actually probably know why this is happening. This is probably has to do with something that I removed in here. Is the raycast math too difficult to put into code? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, that's just, I think that the math is in there. I think I commented this out, right? That's probably what it is. I think it was just these that... oh, we forgot to dilate. We took the dilate out. That's part of it. Commented that out. We don't need this anymore. Now I've got to remember what did I comment out. Hey, what's up, Adam? I think that there's a lot of code examples in that blog post. Like a lot of cosine, sine, maybe even some tangents. Okay. The 100% is something that I did with this file. Oh God, please don't undo that. Please don't undo that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You do not want to do that. Okay. I'm just going to copy this and then run back all the changes that I made to this file. So Yeah, it was definitely something that I did here that probably made the values crazy. Let me go to distribute, and repaste this. Do I have any version control set up? I have my own backups. Yeah. But version control doesn't fix stupidity, unfortunately. You know? Yeah. I was wondering, I was like, there's a lot of math in that blog post. There's a lot of different sections he has on there. I was really expecting that to fix it. Okay. Let me try switching the lighting back to what it was as well, I guess. Where is this? Switch the, here it is. Actually, I kind of doubt that that's the issue. So I undid everything here, but apparently we still are blowing up. I'm gonna get rid of the bounce lighting stuff, all of it. That's probably what it is, to be 100% honest. The reason why I think that that's probably it is because it's only getting super bright around the places where there are lots of triangles, but also for whatever reason at 0, 0. You know, they aren't stacked on top of each other. That's just the blending. Maybe my fix just is missing something. Or maybe I didn't follow the layout properly. Maybe I named one of these things wrong. Let me see the layout. This is correct, right? Yeah. Maybe there's somewhere else that... Aha! It's probably, okay. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Where's that code, though? Yeah, it was more code that I forgot to fix. That's what it was. What was this? -1? Yeah. Okay, that should fix all of the bugs. Hopefully. Finally. There we go. Nice. Okay. So where were we before all of this happened? This is pretty much done. We can put this back in now. What was I doing here? Right, I was gonna put on the, just for now, let's... yeah, it's fine. It's a Vec 3 though, so it should be a Vec 3. It's kind of a pain though, because you kind of want to have it during the init, so I have to figure out where that gets set up, where I can put that. Probably... there, but yeah, whatever. What we have to remember here is that this has to get done. Actually no, because it's a pointer to this anyway. Cursed. Cursed, 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 cursed. Can I do... I need to set up that. I think there is a uniform sampler 3D array. That needs to also get I mean, it ends up just being an int. I hope that the sound of the rain is nice. If there's one silver lining here, it's that, you know. This is not extra. Should be. We're gonna get some more work done here because I don't want to get to the habit of my streams just being me tracking down bugs for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Just something that I don't want to get too comfortable with. No, don't do that. I need to make these close. I'm not going to touch them yet. But Why are you debugging the library's code? I don't know. I feel like that is the sign of a bad library. Possibly. I don't know why these are in here and not at the top. Could not tell you. Could not tell you. Could not tell you. Okay. Everybody tells me that Wayland is just superior to X11, so I don't really know how true that is. You know, I might just be completely making it up, but that's what they tell me. That's what they tell me. Players will be listed as well. Oh, is it actually? Oh, it is. Aria, what's the frog saying? It's saying it wishes you would show it to us. It has a seat next to you on all of your videos with a face cam. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that the frog wants me to show my code? Is that what you're saying? I'm only asking you because I know that you can talk to frogs. The frog wants to be a part of the stream. I understand. What editor font do I use? You do exclamation point font to find that out. But thank you. I appreciate that. You forgot to add the draw loop function. I don't know if X11 is gonna save you there. Unfortunately. So this text array is going to have to be part of the not this stuff. That's gonna have to be a part of the draw loop. the draw group. Hey, you know, welcome to the club with the seg faults. You know, that's just a regular day for me, to be honest. That's just a regular day for me. Let's do this shader, why not? This one's easy. Make sure to update the uniform count. No. Vector 0 points to uninitialized bytes. Interesting error. I'm not really sure about that. It sounds like there's nothing inside of there. I guess if it's vector 0, there's no bytes there. I know that that's kind of just like telling you to draw out the rest of the owl or whatever. But the annoying thing is that all of these have to be pointers, so I have to end up like not hard coding these. So I have to go to all of our globals and keep on making globals for these. Are they getting freed? I know, I'm just giving you the worst advice. Did you try turning it off and on again or whatever? I was 0.5. Oh, well, that's whatever. Projection, that's what I do all the time, am I right? Just kidding. Oh, you had, it was something that was null. Good job. I'm counting. This is 0, 1, 2, 3. Should we put those? Can you hear the rain, or is it really, really quiet? I can actually just check that myself. I mean, what does we can hear it just fine Lamau mean? Wow. I didn't even make make an arrow key joke today. Wow. We can hear it just fine Lamau. Jeez. One of those values was force null. No, I don't have it on GLEW. I don't know what more you want from me, Arya. I bought a new microphone. You know what I mean? That's all I got to say about it. Oh, it's alright. It half works. I'd be surprised if it worked fully from the beginning. You'll figure it out. You're a CS student. You'll always figure it out. Me, however, no guarantees. No guarantees. I need to also cache the maps. That should probably go on the map, actually. Yeah, I didn't take it personally, Arya. I was just kind of joking, so. Having a bit of a laugh. A bit of a laugh. Alex, we'll be back for you. Wait, why am I putting this here? It's here. The rain is real. The rain is real. Wow, my music ended a long time ago, and I just kind of forgot to turn it back on. But I was listening to this great album called Parenthesis by Sealy. It's a very, very unknown album. It's on YouTube. What do I want to listen to now? Yeah, I don't know. This Astro Bright record I've been listening to recently. Oh my gosh. Oh, he took it off of Spotify. Wow. Luca, I mean, feel free to drop it in general or engine dev, especially engine dev if what you're doing is engine related. Wow, I can't believe this album got taken off of Spotify. I think everybody is, like, leaving Spotify because Spotify is, like, unethical or something, which, I mean, it's completely fine. It's just, like, I hate having to, like, use YouTube to play music because it's bad for my computer. But yeah, I'm listening to White Noise Superstar by Astro Bright. Can't believe he took it off of Spotify. That's a real bummer. Let me remember before we get ahead of ourselves here to Spotify's losing the one thing it did well, being convenient. Why is that? Oh, really? You have to give your ID to Spotify if you live in the UK? That's crazy. I always hated Spotify as a company. They're very unethical. I watched back on my streams back to the beginning, and I was talking about this whole Spotify API thing, and then my mic was cutting out or whatever. But yeah, so I tried recently to make this this bot that recommends me music, basically using the Spotify API, and I went through all the trouble of doing all this setup, and I was getting back like error codes on curl, and I could not figure out what it was. And then I eventually found this Spotify notification that they gave out to all developers that they were making the part of the API that I was using, they were just cutting it off from everybody. And it's the part of their API that has all of the music data. So in terms of genre, in terms of mood and stuff, all of that data that they like use in their AI algorithms or whatever, you're not able to use that data anymore. And why I find that interesting and frustrating is because they don't use it for anything. They just don't want you to have it. You know why they don't want you to have it? Because they want you to listen to the music that their advertisers pay them to push. That's why. They do not want you to actually get recommended good music that you enjoy listening to. They only want to push the big records and the music of the people that pay them. And it's just like so scummy. It's something that like even YouTube API, if you've like done any work with Discord API, YouTube API, these companies give you so much of their data, you know, just for free, just for developing stuff. But Spotify, for whatever reason, well, I know the reason, it's because they're a really, really scumbag company, but I think people just don't really know how corrupt the music industry is and how awful the music industry is, but as someone who knows a lot about it, because I've been in and out of it, you know, it's awful. It's just most people don't really pay attention, I think, to it. But yeah. I need to also add the same code to here. What? Did I not put this down over here? Oh, I know where I put it. But yeah, Spotify being a bad company is nothing new. I think the whole music industry, though, is like super, like, people don't know about it because it's kind of all away from the public eye, but most artists nowadays don't even write their own music. If you want me to be completely honest, I've sat in these recording sessions, and you know who writes the music? The producer. That's who writes the music. And the artists typically just get high. That's kind of the that's kind of what 90% of recording sessions are. No, it's all of these that have to get put in. I mean, I'm not going to stop you from getting a coffee. I'm not. If you think these, watching me track down one single typo for 4 hours, I don't know. Your cool meter might be a little bit off, but I appreciate the compliment. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people don't actually mind it when I'm just tracking down a bug. Maybe people don't really care. I don't know. Most people would vibe code the typo away. I don't even think you can vibe code, like, to be honest, I don't think that you can vibe code, like, this deep, you know what I mean? I just don't think it's viable when you have a project this big. I should be writing, like, notes here for me later. But I do appreciate that once again. I don't know. To me, it just... Yeah, totally, Arya. I would be lying if I said that I hadn't, like, tried to ask when I'm, like, super desperate, you know, for help. But honestly, 99% of the time with a code base like mine, it will just send me in a completely just opposite direction, or just give me, like, really stupid, like, advice. Like, for example, have you tried turning it off and on again, or something like that, you know? It has no kind of, like, concept of what to do. It does make me, like, really frustrated, though, with all the hype surrounding it and all that, and, like, everybody kind of just using it all the time for, like, I don't know. I don't want to sound elitist or, like, a jerk, but I feel like the people who use AI and vibe code, it's projects that I don't know if I'd really call it code, you know? It's more like, you know, it's the people whose jobs, in my mind, are, like, making Excel spreadsheets or something. Maybe I'm off base with that, though. I don't know how to put something to port something to switch to. Broke the entire repo after running for 20 minutes and nothing compiled. Yeah, I mean that's kind of my experience with it, is that it kind of writes bugs. Like the most infuriating thing, like I've been so infuriated at it before, where it'll write the bug and then like hours later when you're like, oh, what's the bug, it will gaslight you into believing that you wrote the bug once you finally track it down. That was when I vowed off from ever using AI ever again. Was like, it's good for specific things, like if I'm getting lazy with Googling something, but there was one time specifically where it was like, oh, this is the bug. You wrote this backwards. And it's like, holy shit, no, you wrote that fucking code, you moron, you know? I think that's been like the maddest I've ever been at something in my entire life, was when it said that. I was like, holy shit, no way. Oh, I called it this. Okay. We called it this. That's what I was looking for. But then again, I don't want to like shame anybody who uses it or whatever. But like, the thing is, like, I feel like so different than all of the kind of new wave of coders or whatever, like the younger people. I think, like, when I was a kid, you had to read the websites, you know what I mean? Like, that was the only way you figured out how to do anything. It's, I don't know. I feel like super out of touch though with it sometimes, because I don't know. It feels like I'm the only one who feels that way nowadays, and it's just super like bizarre. Because I'm not even that old, you know? Like, I'm not even that old, and I feel so old now because like the gap, it isn't even technology anymore, it's just the gap is AI, you know? Like, if I feel like if I was in high school learning how to code now, I would not be able to learn how to code, you know? Like, I would actually not ever learn. I would just copy code from, like, AI. Like, that's what I would probably end up doing, because that's what everybody does. God, I can't even imagine what teaching computer science is like right now, you know? It's gotta be like so unbelievable. Those senior devs who think like me, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are. I guess it's just like senior devs aren't very vocal on the internet because they're busy not doing that, you know? Oh, this is a... yeah, that took me a second to figure that out. This should be externed. Is that a like a low level course that you're in, or if that's genuinely like a C programming course, I mean, that's unbelievable. But I mean, to be honest, I didn't really understand like stack and heap when I learned Java. Okay, well, never mind. Yeah, I can't defend that at all. That's actually insane. Yeah, that's insane, actually. Wait, these are two different things. Wait, this is... Why do I need the layer index? Someone came up to you IRL and asked, hey, so you couldn't see right, do you know what malloc is? It's a super powerful function that lets you do so much. They had to be joking, right? Like, that sounds like a joke, the way you wrote it. They were not joking. Wow. Let me tell you right now, you guys are making me feel a lot better about that bug that I had earlier. Yeah, how did you respond to that? Like, that's like kind of... That's like saying to... That's like saying to like a guy who works at an Italian restaurant, do you know what spaghetti is? It's like this awesome... It's this awesome food that they make in Italy. That's actually wild. That's so crazy. Yeah, I would be so confused. I think for the compute stuff, how are we going to do this with the compute stuff, actually? The snow isn't a compute thing, so we're just going to do this like this then. We'll still do it the same way. I have to figure out the compute stuff, though, later. Because I don't really know how to wrap it up in this. Wait till they hear about calloc. What are you talking about, Harold? Are you talking about QSort? QSort is pretty cool. I kind of like just do my own bubble sort though most of the time, which is probably a bad habit to get into, but it's what I do. Bubble sort the goat, yeah. I just Yeah, I hate implementing qsort with its little compare thingy. Now that's something that I ask AI to do every time I do it because I can't be fucking asked to do that, to be honest. I feel like they could have made qsort just so much, like, why can they just like go back and change standard lib so that qsort just like it just works, it just happens, you know what I mean? Like, why? I don't understand why it is the way it is, actually. Like, I feel like it could be so much easier. You have to get a compare function with like const pointers. I can show you one of my keysorts. That's actually in UI. Yeah, so it takes this compare function that you have to write. So you have to write this. You have to write it with two const void pointers. At least I think that you have to write it like this. Because it's like a callback thing. Anyway. It's super annoying. Like, that's so much easier than how you had to make it. How did you have to make it? Yeah, it's not bad. It's just annoying because you have to use const void pointer, and so it typically has to be like in the same file. Or something. Like, there was something annoying where I couldn't have the qsort functions. I was trying to have my qsort functions inside of a separate file and then just have them in the header file, but for some reason you couldn't. Oh, you had to implement it for some class. I see. That's actually a pretty cool class. I would like to actually learn how to implement something like that, because you probably have to like deal with casting and stuff like that. What did I do for this other? Oh right, just yeah. Yeah, but qsort is one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I feel like they could have just like made it so much easier for you to use it. You should not have to implement your own compare function, in my opinion. You calculate each move between two linked lists based on the cost of operations. Wow, I didn't even know that it was that complicated. I didn't realize that it had anything to do with rotating. That's cool. Is it like sometimes it's worth it to rotate and sometimes it isn't? Yeah, I'll take a look. I'm interested in that. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow, quicksort is actually quick. Who would have thought? I should probably use it more if it's actually that efficient. I didn't really know that it was that good. To be honest, the way I view it is I typically try to never have sorting as a thing in my program, because the way I view it is sorting should never be a part of your program. If you've written, or I mean, in terms of game engines, something along those lines, because if you need to sort something after, it should have already been in that order. Now, of course, there's like caveats to that, but that's the way that I think that it made me a better programmer thinking of it that way. You know what I mean? I used to do a lot of have to do a lot of sorting in my old programs, but now I never sort anything. I never sort anything. Now, of course, if you're taking in data from somewhere and you need it sorted, then yeah. But if all of the data is yours, then it should already be in that order. Yeah, certain projects definitely need sorting. You know, like if you're reading in some data from something, like sure, yeah, of course it needs sorting. But what, like my example is like, you know, if you have completely your own project and it's all your own data, you should not have to sort, you know. But I have like 3 or 4 sorts in my engine that happen. And it's all based on ordering points, because ordering points is important, I guess. Why do I need this? Oh, right, because we have, right, yeah. Yeah, my particle effects are actually pretty cool on this, so I passed this light map in here. I can actually show you guys what that looks like in the... Why? Oh, that was weird. Is it in here? Yeah. It's this. So I take this color, samples the light map. So for the position of each particle. So do you have experience with networking in games? No. No, I'm kind of... I plan to do it with this project, like... I don't know. I definitely want to implement some, like... Maybe when this engine gets more mature, maybe like a shooter multiplayer would be cool. To get there also. Your link, I think, got, Luca. It got. But if you drop it in the Discord, I'll look later. Yeah, it's annoying. It's not me. I also, you know, I took whatever the bot, you know, to stop doing bad things, but via DM. Okay, got it. Got it. I feel really bad. There was this guy earlier in here that I think I may have offended or something. I feel bad about it. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I probably should not give my opinions on things as much as I do. But yeah, it's a bummer. Just one of my diatribes about how greedy companies are and that it's kind of on consumers to not buy their shit, you know? Maybe some people don't want to hear that, I don't know. I think that's kind of why I'm just like, I think I'm like, I'd be bad at, you know, I just don't know how to like be normal enough to like be a streamer. I don't know. It's kind of hard. You know? Okay, well, we're not going to have that as a part of it anymore. I don't actually know about that. Like, I think that's like easily confused. And I think the idea that you know who someone is, especially online, is such a weird, you know, I don't think that any popular person online is actually themselves, you know. That's why there's so many of these like mask off moments that happen with these people nowadays where they turn out to be like creeps or whatever. It's like they were always creeps, it's just that you didn't see them as creeps, you know? But I don't know, maybe I'm just jaded about it. Yeah. I will say that I don't like try to be, you know, I don't try to be someone that I'm not, but I also, you know, I have been like holding my tongue a lot, you know. I'm pretty similar. I guess my whole thing with it is that like I feel like I'm not different enough to the point where, you know, yeah. I don't know, I think faking a personality comes really easy to some people. Like, not to throw shade at anybody from my past, but it's very easy for certain people, you know. This is annoying. Yeah, Luca, me too. Me too. There are many people that are just like people pleasers, you know? I mean, I feel like for some people it's just like naturally what they did, you know? I've never been able to do it. I've known people in my past that like as soon as people walk away they're like, oh god, I can't fucking stand that person or whatever, you know? Yeah, the problem here is that I have width and height as different. I think I might just have to pass this as 2 different floats, you know? I think that that's the only way to do it. Yeah. The issue here is that I'm passing a pointer, and these 2 values are not in a vec2, so it's just gonna have to be 2 separate pointers, I think. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think I can relate to you with that. I think I've only really gotten into relationships with people that are very much like me. But I do think that they, especially one in particular, was just really good at pleasing people and stuff like that. So I program. How about you guys? You guys program? Oh. Yeah, did X11 beat you in the end? Oh, this was hard-coded. Oh, God. Oh, God. This wasn't on the map struct? What in the world? Nice. Yeah, I didn't even have top-down debug in mine. That's good. I hope the tutorial helped. I guess I have to add this to the struct, huh? Good, yeah. Yeah, it's a great tutorial series. Yeah, Raycaster is like super awesome, actually. Like, I don't know. It's a very elegant kind of thing. I really like raycasting way more than any other type of lighting thing, just because it's so cool. The math behind it, the effect of it. It's not very efficient, but you should try doing some lighting with it. It was very, very cool, although it was super, super inefficient and I had to get rid of it. It was very, very cool. I like made like a horror map with it, with this like torchlight. It's very, very cool. And then loading a map from an external file, parsing it to see if, yeah, go ahead and do that. If you want to go straight into .object files, nothing is stopping you. I don't really know how you would go, doing that in terms of raycasting though, because Real 3D doesn't exist in raycasting. It'd be pretty crazy if you could do .object files in a raycaster though. Oh, text files. Oh. I thought that, you could probably just, like, make a map without elevation and then parse it straight from Blender though. I think that might be possible, actually. The limitation for me was when I did stairs, and before that it seemed like to be like really could do anything as long as it wasn't elevation. But yeah, that's how my map started out as well. Like this. Let me also set it on. Yeah, it's pretty easy to parse. Multiple maps like that as layers. Yeah, you could definitely do that, yeah. Yeah, you could definitely do it that way. I didn't think about it that way. I just always had map tiles in 2D that I was working with. But yeah, you could definitely do it that way. I have to go here in a second because I did just realize I've been live for 6 hours. So, should probably eat something, maybe. But when I have when I have buggy streams, I always want to stay longer just so that I can make up for the fact that I spent most of the time just in pain, you know? Parse it all with flood fill to check if they're valid. Yeah, I don't know if you would have to do a flood fill. What do you mean, like occlusion type of thing? Like, or are you talking about if it's valid floor or something? I feel like it could all be zeros and ones. As long as you don't have slanted walls. Which I don't even know if you can have. I suppose you can have slanted walls. If it's valid floor. I feel like you could just like balance check it, right? Like, I hit 300 subs? Wow. Really? This was the stream that I hit 300 subs? Wow. I mean, yay for me. Thanks for letting me know. I don't mean to be so down about it. I just get in a bad mood every time I fix one of these bugs, you know? Especially 2 times in a row. It's kind of... So the FF would see if the current one is 0 or 1, or if it's 0, turns to 1 and makes it. The current one is 0, 1. If it's 0, it turns into 1. Oh. I see. Yeah, you could do it like that. I guess you just want it so that there's places where you don't have floor, I guess. I remember there's this stream that I watched when I was a teenager where every time this guy hit a sub goal, yeah, my stream elements, I had like a dashboard up, but it's not updating. Anyway, he would like put on like his green screen and it would be like, he was like traveling through dimensions or something, and he would be like, whoa, that guy was crazy. That guy was crazy. I don't remember what his name was, but that guy was absolutely cracked. Yeah, to be honest, look, I am kind of confused with it, but I'm sure it's a good implementation. And just like in my mind, I'm just like, can't you just have multiple of them on top of each other? I don't know. And then if one of them is 1, just set it to 1, I guess. I don't know. But I'm probably just not thinking properly. I have been live for 6 hours, so think my brain is kind of fried. I do just want to finish this really quickly though. I'm almost done with this, by the way. This is just the last few ones here. And then that should be pretty much done. I still have to do the post-processing shader after this, but I will leave that for tomorrow. I hope I didn't make any typos on all of this. That would suck. Okay. Project guidelines, I got it. Are you doing the raycasting thing for a school project, or is it just... It's cool that you get to do that stuff for school. I do kind of wish I went to school for programming, but then again, I don't know. I just suck at doing things that I don't want to do. Like, school projects sometimes just really suck, and I just can't do them, you know? I'm just someone that's always sucked at that. Let me extern this, actually, really quick. This isn't even being used, but we still have it as a uniform, so I'm still going to put it here. In case I use it again. Online full CS courses, yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day. Okay. That's it for me, I think. We fixed the bug. We made all these shaders, so we have the volumetric, we have the snow, we have the sky, and basically this is how a user would interface with the engine, basically, you know, but we'll abstract it away a little bit more so that you just call this with a name location type value, and then you'll just add uniforms onto this buffer, and then it's gonna, when we actually call the draw, it just automatically casts the void pointer and then binds, right? So that's going to be the scripting end of it when we have that implemented. But still have here, we still didn't do this. I'll put we have to this, okay? This is halfway done, okay? And we still need to do this, create the function that loops through uniform array and binds it. This is halfway done, so we can say that that's halfway done. But all of this stuff, this is gonna be the real meat of it. But alright, have a good night. I am going to eat some food, and then probably go to bed myself. I'm pretty tired. So, that's it. Thanks everybody. We have a Discord that you can join if you're interested in all this stuff. I don't know when I'll be live next. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe in a couple of days. But thanks for all the support, as always, and have a good night, guys. Alright, peace out.